Welcome to Central Iowa Sports Network's live coverage of the Waukee Boys Track and Field Invitational from Waukee Stadium in Waukee. Live coverage of this meet is brought to you by Shields and Schottenkirk Chevrolet. Now let's get you trackside with Michael J. on CISN.TV.
Once again, it's Fort Dodge in 1, Thomas Jefferson in 2, Carlisle in 3, Dallas Center Grimes in 4, Harlan will be in 5, Algona 6, Norwalk in 7, and Albia will run in lane 8. First of 2 sections in the varsity sprint medley relay. Emma Schmidt to the press box, please. Emma Schmidt of Waukee to the press box.
First race right there. You can grab it. I'll double check inside the sound. And then, of course, it's blowing right here. You can make that higher or lower. Got it?
Yeah, am I supposed to do an end at all? Alright.
And then I'll come out in a few minutes so you can come in and warm up. Because it's much warmer. I just want to check the sound.
And our first race for this 2017 Waukee Boys Invitational is underway. Sprint medley relay. Norwalk in 7, Albia in 8, and Harlan in lane 5. Algona running in lane 6. First 2 legs are 100 meters each. Third leg is 200. And we anchor with 400 meters. A new event for the Iowa boys this year. So our winner tonight will be setting a new Waukee Boys Invitational record. Norwalk and Algona. Harlan. Dallas Center Grimes running well in lane 4 with Tanner Eppel. It is Norwalk and Dallas Center Grimes. We go to the 400 anchor carry. Grant Garner on the anchor for Norwalk. Dallas Center Grimes with Erickson, now Harlan getting out well with Darren Schmitz. These 400 runners cut down to the inside when they get through the small orange cones on the back stretch. All of our teams have done so, and that is Harlan and Dallas Center Grimes battling for the lead up front. is Harlan. Dallas Center drives Algona and Norwalk. Dallas Center drives in that first section, and their time 1:41. 1:41.75 for Dallas Center drives. Now we go to section 2. We'll run Pella in 1. Des Moines Roosevelt will be in 2. Ankeny Centennial in 3. Waukee in 4. Lewis Central will be in 5. Indianola 6. Ankeny 7. Boone is scheduled for lane 8. Section 2. Time to beat 1:41.75.
Huh?
This is a whole new setup. Versus here. Versus they have Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A.
You got one. Look at you, Chick-fil-A.
Perfect, thank you.
If I know them.
I'm big.
And section number 2 is underway. They're chasing a time of 1:41.75. Ankeny Centennial in lane 3. That's Ankeny High in 7. Out well along with Boone in lane 8. Boone out in front. Waukee in 4. Lewis Central running in lane 5 with Dugan. Here comes your field off the turn. It's Lewis Central and Boone. And Mason running for Boone. Lewis Central with Dugan. We'll be going to the 400 carry. Moffett on the 200 for Waukee. And these 400-meter anchor legs are moving down the backstretch. It's Lewis Central with Ken McMahon and Waukee with Ryan Motlin on their anchor leg. .200 to go. 1:41.75 is the time to beat. Lewis Central and Waukee. Boone running 3rd. Roosevelt in 4th. Lewis Central, your leader off the turn, McMahon on the anchor. Lewis Central and Waukee. First track event of the night, the sprint medley relay. Lewis Central 1:35. Lewis Central 1:35.02. Followed by Waukee in 2nd. And now we'll go to the JV Sprint Medley Relay. We'll be running 2 sections here as well. In lane 3 will be Pella, Norwalk in 4, Boone in 5, Carlisle in 6, Fort Dodge will run in lane 7. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to take a moment here to discuss sportsmanship. It's a priority of the Iowa High School Athletic Association that all participants in this meet exhibit good sportsmanship. While coaches, athletes, and other team representatives are asked to cooperate in role modeling sportsmanship, this will ensure that this meet displays the positive values of high school sports, and we thank you for your cooperation. And we're ready at the exchange zones, Mr. Starter. JV Sprint Medley Relay, section number 1. And the first of 2 sections here in the JV Sprint Medley. Fort Dodge on the outside with Halligan. Carlisle opened up with Ramirez, the running Smith on the second leg. And we go to the 200 leg. And it is Boone. Owens on the 200, Carlisle and Fort Dodge each made the pass as well. Carlisle with Murray, Fritz running for Fort Dodge. And we'll be going to this 400 anchor leg. It is Pella at Norwalk, and Boone, Carlisle and Fort Dodge. Norwalk leading the field, Brandon Wheeler on their anchor leg. And a good battle up front with Norwalk and Fort Dodge in this first section of the JV Sprint Medley. And Carlisle is almost dead. Fort Dodge and Carlisle. Boom. Fort Dodge with Riley Crimmins on their anchor leg. Fort Dodge won 48-96. 148-96 for Fort Dodge. That becomes our time to beat as we go to section number 2. We're scheduled to have Boyne Roosevelt in 1, Dallas Center Grimes in 2, Ankeny Centennial in 3, Waukee in 4, Lewis Central in 5, Indianola 6, Thomas Jefferson in 7, Ankeny scheduled for lane 8. Section 2 of the JV Medley. 148.96, our time to beat.
I didn't know I was supposed to run them all up their sleep. What?
Are we ready at the first exchange? Second exchange? We're ready, Mr. Starter.
How are you? Are you paid? 4. I'm alright though.
And section 2 for the JV Sprint Medley Relay is underway. 148.96, the time to beat. Lewis Central out well with Colton Shue on their lead leg, running Dylan Foote on the second 100. Waukee running Espan on this leg. They'll run Minshaw on the 200. Waukee out in front here on this 200 leg of the sprint medley relay with Minshaw. Ellis will anchor. Waukee will lead it off the turn. Centennial running second. Waukee and Ankeny Centennial. Lewis Central. Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson. And Waukee first at the exchange. Tanner Ellis running their 400 anchor leg. Quarter milers are in their lanes till they get to the backstretch. And Waukee is the first to cut down to the inside. Waukee and Ankeny Centennial. Waukee and Centennial. And they're together off the turn. Dallas Center Grimes in third. Ankeny with Dylan Carlson. Dallas Center Grimes. And Luke Fissler on their anchor leg with Waukee and Centennial at the finish. And Waukee is going to be your JV champion, 143.98. Next up will be the 3,200 meter run. All 3,200 meter runners should all be checked in and be near the start line. Athletes, make sure you're paying close attention to the event going on the track. That is your signal to get checked in. I'd like you to check in no less than 20 minutes prior to your running event. Among the athletes in the field, we have Nick Bernhagen of Pella, 6th in Class 3A in the 3,200 last year. Seth Nostrala of Indianola was 9th in 4A. Reese Smith of Garner Hayfield, outstanding sophomore, the runner-up last year as a freshman. He was the runner-up in cross country as well. J.J. Orford of Carlisle, 5th in the 3A 3,200 last year. Tim Sent of Ankeny, 8th in the 4A cross country championships. Outstanding field here in the varsity 3,200. In that sprint medley relay for the varsity, your AA champion was Lewis Central. They ran 135.03. The A sprint medley champion was Boone. They ran 140.97. In the JV sprint medley in Class 2A, it was Waukee the winner, 143.99. Class A, Dallas Center Grimes, 148.07. And the varsity 3,200 is underway. Following this 3,200, we'll go to the 4x8. There'll be one varsity heat, one JV heat in the 4x8, followed by the shuttle hurdle relay. And tonight we'll also be honoring our Waukee seniors and their parents. That'll take place this evening So we'd like to want to remind our Waukee parents to be prepared. We'd like to have you down near the finish line outside the gate during the 100-meter dash. And we'll make more announcements to remind you of that, but just be prepared. We're going to want you down along the fence by the gate near the finish line during the 100s. And Reese Smith, the sophomore from Garner Hayfield, is our leader. It is Smith, Orphan of Carlisle running second. Nathan Sanders of Waukee in that third spot. Estrella of Indianola is in fourth. That top four separated themselves from the rest of the field here at least momentarily as they move down the backstretch. And Reese Smith of Garner Hayfield is our leader. Smith was second in the 3,200 at last year's state meet as a freshman. He has run 9:50.87 this year. That's good for number 3 in 2A coming into tonight. Smith and Orphan is also third in 3A. He's run 9:39. Outstanding field here. In this 3,200 with 6 to go, Jacob Waymeyer. Dallas Center Grimes also up there with the leaders. Lead group of 5 now as they move to the backstretch. Reese Smith, outstanding sophomore from Garner Hayfield, leading the field, and Orphan of Carlisle right there just a stride off his pace. He was 5th in 3A last year. Sanders of Waukee in that top 5. He was a 4A qualifier last year. Strong was 9th in this event in Class 4A. Lead group of 5. Reese Smith setting the pace. And Orphan, Sanders of Waukee, Estrella of Indianola, Waymeyer of Dallas Center Grimes. Nick Bernhagen of Pella has moved into that 6th spot. Bernhagen was 6th in Class 3A at last year's state meet. He was 9th in the 3A cross-country meet this fall. Harry Prentice of Roosevelt is in 7th. And here come your leaders. We have a lead pack of 5 here on the front stretch. Seth Nostrala of Indianola on the shoulder of Reese Smith. And it's J.J. Orphan of Carlisle. Nathan Sanders of Waukee, Jacob Waymeyer of Dallas Center Grimes. And as this 3,200 meter field moves down the backstretch, they're on the final 1,600. I'd like to let everybody know that when you get home tonight, you can go to YouTube and search CISN.TV and watch a replay of tonight's meet. And tonight's meet will be available for you to watch on YouTube. Just go to YouTube and search CISN TV and watch the replay of this Waukee Boys Invitational. Ed Waymeyer has dropped off a bit. We have a lead pack of 4, Smith and Estrella, Sanders and Orpit. Staying tightly bunched to battle the wind on the backstretch. Reese Smith has been up front from the gun. Smith was third in the state cross-country meet as a freshman, second this year as a sophomore. 3 to go. Smith, Estrella, Orpit, and Sanders. Top 4 on the backstretch. Waymeyer running 5th. Bernhagen of Pella in 6th, followed by Barry Prentice of Roosevelt. It's Smith and Orpit, Sanders of Waukee, and Estrella of Indianola. And Orpit now will move up front to lead the field down the backstretch. J.J. Orpit of Carlisle. He's run 9:39 this year, good for number 3 in 3A. Now it is Orpit and Smith and Sanders. J.J. Orpit of Carlisle. He was 11th in the state cross-country meet this past fall. He was 5th in the 3A state meet in this event last year. Orpit. And Reese Smith, Nathan Sanders of Waukee, and we're on the bell lap. J.J. Orpit, Reese Smith, and Nathan Sanders running 1, 2, and 3, Estrella in 4th. Waymeyer running 5th, Bernhagen in 6th. As your leader now moves to the backstretch, J.J. Orpit of Carlisle. Orpit, Smith, and Sanders, the top 3. Estrella of Indianola running 4th. Waymeyer of Dallas Center Grimes in 5th. 200 to go for our leader. And here comes your leader off the turn from Carlisle, J.J. Orpit. And Reese Smith. Orpit will be your winner, followed by Reese Smith and Garner Hayfield. Sanders and Estrella here battling for 3rd and 4th on the front stretch. Waymeyer, Dallas Center Grimes, Bernhagen of Pella. 9:49.41 for Orpit. The winner, 9:49.41. Impressive time as the wind they had to battle on the backstretch. And Reese Smith, 9:52.66, just off his season's best of 9:50. Sanders was third, running 9:58.93.
Repeat and referral and word of mouth. That's the main ways we receive our customers now, and after being here 10 years, that has just exploded for us. And that's a big area of our business because people like the way they were treated. The customer experience we can provide is second to none, and we're committed to it, and I'm here to make sure that gets done.
Schottenkirk Chevy on the
Mr. Hometown Clothing Store, the one that had it all, everything to get the work done, all in one place. G&L Clothing is your hometown Iowa store. Stop in and see us, or we're only a click or phone call away. Family owned for nearly a century. G&L Clothing, 1801 Ingersoll, Des Moines.
G&L Clothing, your size, your style, we got it all.
Mr. Hometown Clothing
This
Store.
is Iowa. And here, we don't just dream of a better tomorrow, of a smarter way to do business or live, of perseverance and progress. We inspire it in others. We challenge the conventional, reimagine what it means to be better, and then dare ourselves to make it great. This is Iowa. And here, we don't just dream, we make history.
Spring has arrived at the all-new Fireplace Superstore. Drop in and check out all the new 2017 patio furniture. At Fireplace Superstore, you will find Central Iowa's most complete outdoor furniture selection for your deck and patio, including gas and charcoal grills, fire pits, and wicker furniture. Get in on the early spring savings going on now. Fireplace Superstore has been creating your outdoor style for over 35 years. Fireplace Superstore just west of Homemakers on Douglas in Urbandale.
And next up on the track, the varsity boys, 4x800, Roosevelt, Harlan, Council Bluffs, Thomas Jefferson, Pella, Fort Dodge, Waukee, Indianola, Norwalk, Ankeny, Algona, Lewis Central, Dallas Center, Grimes, and Ankeny Centennial. 13 teams in the field, 4x800 for the varsity. Harlan was a 3A state qualifier last year. Thomas Jefferson qualified to the state meet in 4A. Pella finished 7th in 3A a year ago. Waukee is your defending 4A champion. They were 4th at Drake last spring. Indianola was 5th at Drake and 3rd in 4A. They'll be anchoring Quentin Lennon. Norwalk, Ankeny was a 4A qualifier last year. Algona qualified in 3A last year. Lewis Central's in the field. Dallas Center Grimes, who was 3rd in 3A, and Ankeny Centennial, a Drake and state qualifier last spring. A field of 13, varsity 4x8. And this 4x8 is underway. Roosevelt leading off with Johnson. Clausen on the lead leg for Harlan. Soriano for Jefferson. Pella leads it off with Golly. Fort Dodge with Lee. Braman on the lead leg for Waukee. Bishop running for Indianola. Kaplinger on the lead leg for Norwalk. Ankeny with Farrell. Algona with Engen. Lewis Central with Seth Childers, and he is out in front of this field. Dallas Center Grimes with Brevard and Wright on the lead leg for Ankeny Centennial. It is Lewis Central, Ankeny, and Waukee. Roosevelt in fourth, Thomas Jefferson running fifth. Algona moving up a bit on the back of that pack with Trey Ingen. Lewis Central is our leader through the first 400. Lewis Central. Ankeny getting a good opener from Connor Farrell, and they move to the backstretch. Waukee running third right now with Chandler Brayman. Ankeny and Lewis Central. Waukee is in third. We have 5 teams right now racing for fourth. Dallas Center Grimes comes out of there with Jared Brevard. Ankeny is your leader. It's the first leg of the varsity 4x8. Ankeny out in front. Waukee now running second. Dallas Center Grimes and Pella. Ankeny, Waukee, Dallas Center Grimes, Pella, and Indianola. Ankeny running Tim Sent on this leg. He was 8th in the state cross-country meet this past fall. Waukee running second. Ethan Roman. Dallas Center Grimes and Indianola running third and fourth. Pella is in fifth. Ankeny out in front with Tim Sent. Ankeny, Waukee, Dallas Center Grimes, Indianola. Now Roosevelt. Ankeny takes the field to the backstretch. Roma's running a fine leg for Waukee in second. Dallas Center Grimes in third with Dakota Belling on this leg. .200 meters to go for the leader on this second leg. And that is Ankeny out in front. Waukee running second. Dallas Center Grimes in third. And Harlan now has moved up with Reagan Hansen on this leg. And your leader on the front stretch is Ankeny. Waukee running second. And Ankeny with the exchange. They're running Jay Mixdorf on this leg. Top 20 finisher at the state cross-country meet. Waukee makes the pass. They're running Josh Rinderneck on the third leg. Dallas Center Grimes in third with Stevie Borneman. Ankeny, Waukee, Dallas Center Grimes, Harlan in fourth, Roosevelt running fifth, Indianola in sixth. And Mixdorf takes the stick to the backstretch for Ankeny. Waukee running second with Rinderneck. Dallas Center Grimes in third with Borneman.
Hey, let's go, Mixdorf!
Ankeny and Waukee. Josh Rinderneck giving Waukee a good carry and moves them to the lead. We'll be going to the anchor leg on this varsity 4x8. Waukee will have Kevin Cato on the anchor. Ankeny will counter with Eli Blay. And Waukee with the exchange. Ankeny has made the pass. Dallas Center Grimes will have Trent Meggers on their anchor leg. Harlan will be anchoring John Owens. Pella now has moved into 5th place with Isaac Voss. Adam House will anchor for the Dutch. On the backstretch, it's Ankeny and Waukee. In the Class 2A 3200, Seth Nostrala of Indianola was the winner, 9:58.91. In Class A, J.J. Orphan of Carlisle was the winner, running 9:49.42. Here are your leaders on the front stretch. It's Ankeny and Waukee together. They'll have 400 to go. Dallas Center Grimes getting a good anchor leg from Meggers. Harlan running 4th, Pella in 5th. Followed by Indianola and Roosevelt. Ankeny with Eli Blay. Waukee with Kevin Cato. They're stride for stride on the backstretch. Meggers working hard to close the gap. Cato takes the lead for Waukee. .200 to go. Waukee, Ankeny, Dallas Center Grimes.
Let's go, Eli.
Cato and Blay. Waukee and Ankeny off the turn.
Let's go, Eli!
Ankeny and Waukee. Ankeny to the lead. Dallas Center Grimes in 3rd. And it is Ankeny. In that 4x8.
Here, head coach of Westside Auto Pros. When your car's on the injured reserve, you want to get it back in the game as soon as possible. I know that. That's why you need to bring it here to Westside Auto Pros. I have a team of experts that can fix almost every automotive injury, whether it's a fractured joint, a brake, or if your car just got its bell rung, no problem. We can even do a complete physical on your car to make sure it's game ready for the entire season. So bring your car to Westside Auto Pros and we'll get it back in the starting lineup in no time. Hey, you guys are dogging it back here. Let's move it, move it, move it.
The one that had it all, everything to get the work done, all in one place. G&L Clothing is your hometown Iowa store. Stop in and see us, or we're only a click or phone call away. Family owned for nearly a century. G&L Clothing, 1801 Ingersoll, Des Moines.
G&L Clothing, beside your style, we got it all.
Here's to everyone who believes in competition and good sportsmanship, who knows it's not about the trophies or the medals, but rather the lessons learned. For those who understand, it's not whether you win or lose, just that you give your best. So go ahead, lace them up, take the field, have fun, and play. For the experience, for the memories, for the love of the game. Shields.
good stuff for track. Oh, yeah. Well, here's a giveaway. Oh, it shows. You're done. You okay? Yeah, candy in there. You like candy? Whatever I can get.
And we have a field of 9: Roosevelt, Dallas Center Grimes, Indianola, Ankeny, Waukee, A, B, and C, Harlan, and Carlisle. And the Waukee squads have moved to the front here in the early going. Ankeny in that 3rd spot. And it's Waukee C, Roosevelt. Once again, this is the JV boys 4x8. All of our shuttle hurdle relay teams, JV and varsity, should all be checked in. Shuttle hurdle relay teams should all be checked in. Athletes in the 100-meter dash, you should be checked in as well. Following the 100-meter dash, we'll have a short break to honor the Waukee seniors and their parents. Shuttle hurdle relay, 100-meter dash, check in please. In the 2A 4x8, Ankeny was your winner, running 8:31.98. And in Class A, Dallas Center Grimes the winner. Their winning time 8:40.01. Top 3 teams in the JV 4x8 right now are Waukee, Ankeny, and Waukee. And we'll be coming to the first exchange. Waukee will make the pass, followed by Ankeny. Waukee A, Ankeny, Waukee B. There's Indianola and Waukee C. Now Harlan and Dallas Center Grimes move to the back stretch. Carlisle and Roosevelt. And Ankeny now has moved to the lead. Ankeny with Noah Odson on this leg, followed by 3 Waukee squads. Ankeny leading the JV 4x8. We're on the second leg. And Waukee A regains the lead on the backstretch. Waukee A, Ankeny, Waukee B and C. Then it's Indianola. This is the second leg of the JV 4x8. And Ankeny now taking the lead on the front stretch. We're coming to the second handoff and the third leg on this 4x8. Ankeny, Waukee A, followed by Waukee B, Indianola. Ankeny leads the field on the backstretch. Waukee A running second. Waukee B in third. All shuttle hurdle relay teams should be checked in, JV and varsity. All competitors in the 100-meter dash should be checked in as well. Your leaders are here on the front stretch. Ankeny, followed by Waukee. A good battle for the lead as the top two move to the backstretch. Ankeny and Waukee. And Waukee to the lead. .200 meters to go on this third leg. Waukee followed by Ankeny. Then it's Waukee B. And here's your leader. We'll be going to the anchor leg. Waukee A, followed by Ankeny. Waukee has made the pass. They're moving to the backstretch with the lead. Ankeny running second. And here's your leader on the front stretch, the A squad from Waukee. Ankeny continues to run second. Waukee B is in third. We're on the final lap of this JV 4x8. Waukee is out in front. Ankeny running second. And Waukee here on the front stretch leading this JV 4x800. Ankeny is running second. This is the Waukee A squad. Waukee will be your winner of the JV 4x8, followed by Ankeny. And Waukee's time, 8:43.76. 8:43 for Waukee. Results coming up on the board. Ankeny, the runner-up, 8:55.67.
Up to 11 $7,000 off MSRP. Select new 2017 Ford F-150 Crew Cabs at the all-new Schottenkirk Ford of Indianola. Up to $12,000 off MSRP. Select new 17 Expedition. New 17 Ford Escapes starting at $18,995. With 11 dealerships in 3 states bidding on your trade, Schottenkirk Ford is in a position to give you more for your trade. As part of the Schottenkirk experience, now offering free pickup and delivery for Indianola service customers. The all-new Schottenkirk Ford of Indianola. SchottenkirkFord.com. Up to 11.
And here, we don't just dream of a better tomorrow, of a smarter way to do business or live, of perseverance and progress. We inspire it in others. We challenge the conventional, reimagine what it means to be better, and then dare ourselves to make it great. This is Iowa, and here, we don't just dream, we make history.
Jefferson will run in 1 and 2. Pella 3 and 4. Harlan will run in 5 and 6. In this first section of the shuttle hurdle relay, Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson in 1 and 2, Pella 3 and 4, Harlan in 5 and 6. In the 4x8 for the JV, Waukee A was the AA champion. They ran 8:43.77. And the Class E A winner in the JV 4x8, Dallas Center Grimes, 9:51.01. Okay, first of 4 sections. Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson, Pella, state qualifier last year, and Harlan. And this first section is underway. Pella with Gabe Thomas, Harlan right there with Trevino, Booten on the lead leg for Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson. It is Harlan with Brandon Trevino. Harlan and Pella. Harlan and Pella. Pella out of the lead. They qualified to the 3A state meet last year, leading the field here in section 1. Pella, Harlan, Thomas Jefferson. And Pella now running Jordan Puma on this leg. He was on that state qualified team last year. It is Pella and Harlan with Austin Smith. And Pella leading the field here with David Schouten. Pella Pella and Harlan. Council Bluffs, Thomas Jefferson. Maxwell on the anchor leg for Thomas Jefferson, but Pella will be the winner in section number 1. (106.30) for Pella. 106.30. Here's your fastest time now as we go to section number 2. Fort Dodge in 1 and 2, Indianola 3 and 4, Norwalk in 5 and 6, Algona in 7 and 8. 106.30, our winning time out of section 1. And section number 2 is underway. Norwalk out well with Onken. That's Fort Dodge on the inside with Casper Bauer. Norwalk and Fort Dodge, Indianola and Algona. Norwalk and Fort Dodge, Algona and Indianola here on the second leg. (106.30) is our winning time out of the first section. Anthony Marks on this leg for Norwalk. Fort Dodge with Thorson on the inside. Algona battling back with Spencer Holmes. Norwalk, Algona, Fort Dodge and Indianola. Norwalk and Algona. (104.92). Norwalk, they are the new leader. 104.92. Now we go to section 3. Lewis Central will run in 1 and 2. Dallas Center Grimes in 3 and 4. Roosevelt in 5 and 6. Ankeny will run in 7 and 8. 104.92 is our time to beat.
I'm gonna check. I think it's like they said, like it's all almost past 5:30. Making it go faster than usual. Oh, get to real quick. Yeah. You know, sometimes they take a leisurely pace, and sometimes it's like get the blocks. Let's go. Cool. As long as you're okay. A little bit right. I mean, I got Dave Mabel just, oh yeah, he's better than me. And you want to say, yeah. Just,
And section 3 underway. Roosevelt in 5, opening up with O'Brien. Dallas Center Grimes with Clapper. Lewis Central and Ankeny. Ankeny got a good opener there from Neppenegger. They'll run Davis on the second leg. But it is Roosevelt out in front with Noah Grimes. Roosevelt, Dallas Center Grimes, Lewis Central and Ankeny. And Roosevelt running Chase Madison on this leg. Roosevelt with the lead. Dallas Center Grimes running second. And it's Lewis Central and Ankeny. And Roosevelt. Nick Bach on the anchor. Roosevelt, Lewis Central with Alec Moss making up some ground. Dallas Center Grimes with Prohaska. Lewis Central with a good close on the inside. That's going to be close at the finish in section 3. (101.10) for Roosevelt. 101.25 for Lewis Central. So Roosevelt with our fastest time so far, 101.10. 101.10 for Roosevelt. And we move down to the fourth and final section. Very talented field in this final section. Waukee runs in 1 and 2. They were third at Drake last year and came back to win the 4A state meet. Ankeny Centennial will run in 3 and 4. They were Drake finalists last year. They were a 4A qualifier. They have all 4 members back from those quartets, and they are the #1 team in the state coming into this week, running 56.44. Carlisle in 5 and 6. They qualified to Drake last year and came back to win the 3A state title. They'll have Dallas Wright on the anchor. He's the all-state high hurdler who ran on that winning quartet a year ago. And Boone, a 3A qualifier, will run in lanes 7 and 8. They'll be anchoring Lance Reed, and Lance Reed, the reigning 3A high hurdle champion for Boone. Waukee, Ankeny Centennial, Carlisle, and Boone. And this is the final section. Ankeny Centennial opened up with Moss, gave them a lead. They're running Mudge on the second leg. Boone with Brett Price on the outside, and Carlisle is coming with Nolan Brunson. Ankeny Centennial with Jake Pinniger. Ankeny Centennial, Carlisle with Andrew Black. It's Centennial and Carlisle, and Boone getting a good carry from Spora. It's Ankeny Centennial. Taylor Wheel on the anchor leg for Centennial. And Carlisle is battling back with Dallas Wright. It is Centennial and Carlisle, followed by Boone. $57.87 for your winner. $57.87 for Ankeny Centennial. And they are the Waukee Boys Invitational Champion. 57.87, 58.87 was the time for Carlisle. Now we go to 3 sections in the JV shuttle hurdle relay.
everyone who believes in competition and good sportsmanship, who knows it's not about the trophies or the medals, but rather the lessons learned. For those who understand, it's not whether you win or lose, just that you give your best. So go ahead, lace them up, take the field, have fun, and play. For the experience, for the memories, for the love of the game. Shields.
And our first of three sections, Boone out to the lead. It's Boone and Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson. Our first of three JV sections in the shuttle hurdle relay. We'll follow this with 4 sections of the 100, and then we'll go to our senior parents and senior athletes will be honored following the 100. It's the first of 3 sections in the shuttle, and we have 4 sections of the 100. Boone is our leader. Boone, Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson. In that shuttle hurdle relay, your Class 2A champion was Ankeny Centennial, 57-87. And the Class A winner was Carlisle, 58-88. And the anchor leg, and it is Boone. Boone and Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson. And Boone will be our winner in section number 1. And Boone's time, 1:12.73. That's our time to beat, 1:12.73. Section 2, we're calling for Lewis Central at 1 and 2, Norwalk at 3 and 4. Lewis Central on the inside with McKenzie. Lewis Central, Indianola, Norwalk, and Ankeny here in section 2. The first section went to 1:12.73. Lewis Central with Mortensen. Norwalk running Braden Clark on this leg. Indianola with Hickson. Lewis Central and Norwalk. And Lewis Central leading the field here in section 2 with Bright Phillips running for Norwalk, but Lewis Central out in front. Indianola with Newman. Pike on this leg for Ankeny. Indianola, they'll have Wireman on the anchor leg. Made up a lot of ground there with Newman. Lewis Central Norwalk, Indianola, and Ankeny. Lewis Central with Josh and Sell on their anchor leg. Indianola with Braden Wireman. Lewis Central and Indianola. Norwalk and Ankeny. $1:12.73 was the time to beat. Lewis Central shy of that at $1:12.74. Indianola $1:12.79. So Boone still leads this JV shuttle hurdle relay at $1:12.73.
Hi, Ron here, head coach of Westside Auto Pros. When your car's on the injured reserve, you want to get it back in the game as soon as possible. I know that. That's why you need to bring it here to Westside Auto Pros. I have a team of experts that can fix almost every automotive injury. Whether it's a fractured joint, a brake, or if your car just got its bell rung, no problem. We can even do a complete physical on your car to make sure it's game ready for the entire season. So bring your car to Westside Auto Pros and we'll get it back in the starting lineup in no time. Hey, you guys are dogging it back here. Let's move it, move it, move it.
Is your hometown clothing store the one that had it all? Everything to get the work done, all in one place? G&L Clothing is your hometown Iowa store. Stop in and see us, or we're only a click or phone call away. Family owned for nearly a century. G&L Clothing, 1801 Ingersoll, Des Moines.
G&L Clothing, your size, your style, we've got it all.
Roosevelt in 1 and 2. Carlisle running in 7 and 8. Carlisle severely leads with Trenton Beck. Roosevelt running second. Final section, 1:12.73 is the time to beat. 1:12.73. That was put up by Boone in the first section. Carlisle with Josh Black. Carlisle and Roosevelt. Bryce Murray on this third leg for Carlisle. And Carlisle will be anchoring with Brett Pierce. Their time to beat, 1:12.73. Carlisle and Roosevelt here in the final section. Carlisle in section 3. Appears they're going to have a time fast enough to win the JV shuttle hurdle relay, and they do. 1:08.41 for Carlisle. 1:08.41, the JV shuttle hurdle relay champion. We'll get the hurdles off the track. We thank all of you that are helping with the hurdles tonight, and we'll be going to the first of 4 sections in the 100-meter dash. 4 sections.
Spring has arrived at the all-new Fireplace Superstore. Drop in and check out all the new 2017 patio furniture. At Fireplace Superstore, you will find Central Iowa's most complete outdoor furniture selection for your deck and patio, including gas and charcoal grills, fire pits, and wicker furniture. Get in on the early spring savings going on now. Fireplace Superstore has been creating your outdoor style for over 35 years. Fireplace Superstore just west of Homeacres on Douglas in Urbandale. Spring has
Send to
arrived.
Vickman Waukee, WaukeeChevy.com.
Repeat and referral and word of mouth. That's the main ways we receive our customers now, and after being here 10 years, that has just exploded for us. And that's a big area of our business because people like the way they were treated. The customer experience we can provide is second to none, and we're committed to it. And I'm here to make sure that gets done.
Schottenkirk Chevy on the west end of Vickman Waukee, WaukeeChevy.com.
Repeat and referral.
And the first of 4 sections here in the varsity 100, Andy Burchett of Harlan is out well in lane 4. Burchett of Harlan, Brown of Dallas Center Grimes, Smith of Ankeny. $11.59 for Burchett, $11.59. We're going to section 2 in the 100. Waukee senior parents, I want to remind you, if you would, start making your way down along the gate along the fence just past the finish line. We have our senior recognition right after we finish up with the 100. We have 4 sections. We're on section 2. We appreciate it if the senior parents start making their way down by the gate just past the finish line. Thank you. Section 2, we're looking for Ethan Wright of Carlisle, Owen Durham of Carlisle, Drew Winkie of Albia, Ricard Jackman of Roosevelt, Andrew Mason of Boone, Jake Gudenkoff of Norwalk, Peyton Egan of Ankeny, Sam Warner of Pella. $11.59, the winning time out of that first section. Andrew Mason of Boone is getting that well. Mason of Boone, Gudenkoff of Norwalk. That's Wright of Carlisle on the inside. That had a good finish. $11.81 for Mason. 11.81. 11.59 is still our leader. Bradford of Roosevelt on the inside. Out well for Pella is Van Zee. That's Max Smith of Ankeny Centennial. DJ Moffitt of Waukee. Very close to that front 3 at the finish in section 3. 11.59 the time to beat. Waukee senior athletes, would you please make your way along the fence past the finish line and join your parents for the senior recognition. Waukee senior athletes, would you join your parents just past the finish line, please. Van Zee of Pella. Avery Van Zee, 11.54. There's our new leader, 11.54. Section 4, we're looking for Max Dugan of Lewis Central, Ken McMahon of Lewis Central, Dylan Hildreth of Indianola, Kyle Gustafson of Ankeny Centennial, Sam DeVries of Waukee, Samante Bodden of Algona, Rancy Freeman of Dallas Center Grimes, Colby Kalarik of Indianola. Fourth and final section, 11:54 is our time to beat. We can have all of our Waukee senior parents and senior athletes line up by the gate just past the finish line, please. Senior recognition coming up next. Final section, 11:54, the time to beat. DeVries got out well. DeVries, Freeman of Dallas Center Grimes, Duggan and McMahon on the inside for Lewis Central. Lewis Central running very well in that final section.
Is Iowa. And here, we don't just dream of a better tomorrow, of a smarter way to do business or live, of perseverance and progress. We inspire it in others. We challenge the conventional, reimagine what it means to be better, and then dare ourselves to make it great. This is Iowa. And here, we don't just dream, we make history. This
Miss your hometown clothing store, the one that had it all, everything to get the work done, all in one place? G&L Clothing is your hometown Iowa store. Stop in and see us, or we're only a click or phone call away. Family owned for nearly a century. G&L Clothing, 1801 Ingersoll, Des Moines.
G&L Clothing, your size, your style, we've got it all.
All-new Fireplace Superstore. Drop in and check out all the new 2017 patio furniture. At Fireplace Superstore, you will find Central Iowa's most complete outdoor furniture selection for your deck and patio, including gas and charcoal grills, fire pits, and wicker furniture. Get in on the early spring savings going on now. Fireplace Superstore has been creating your outdoor style for over 35 years. Fireplace Superstore just west of Homemakers on Douglas in Urbandale.
And word of mouth. That's the main ways we receive our customers now, and after being here 10 years, that has just exploded for us. And that's a big area of our business because people like the way they were treated. The customer experience we can provide is second to none, and we're committed to it. And I'm here to make sure that gets done.
Schottenkirk Chevy on the west end of Hickman, Waukee. WaukeeChevy.com.
Back all 4 years. As a 4-year varsity letter winner. He plans to attend a 4-year university to major in psychology and run track. Congratulations to Josh Andrews. Matthew Blast is the son of Andy and Patty Blast. This is Matthew's 4th year participating in track. He's a 1-year varsity letter winner. He plans to study computer science at the University of Iowa. Dan Blocker is the son of Jeff and Mary Blocker. He's a 4-year track participant, a 3-year varsity letter winner. Dan plans to attend Grandview University and run track and double major in kinesiology and business. Congratulations to Dan Blocker. Chase Bolin is the son of Randy Bolin and Echo Bolin. Chase has been out for track all 4 years, is a 2-year varsity letter winner. He's undecided on a college at this time, but he plans to play football. Congratulations to Chase Boland. Michael Boyle is the son of Mike and Sally Berry. This is Michael's 4th year of track. He's a 1-year varsity letter winner. He plans to pursue a degree in software engineering at Iowa State University. Congratulations to Michael Boyle. Jacob Kabaka is the son of Michael and Jacinta Pierce. Jacob is a 4-year track participant, a 1-year varsity letter winner. He plans to run track and major in physical education at Graceland University. Congratulations, Jacob. Jack Dalton is the son of Brad and Kate Scott. He's participated in track for 2 years. He's undecided on a major at this time, but he plans to attend Des Moines Area Community College. Congratulations to Jack. Isaac Dixon is the son of Dave and Susan Dixon. Isaac's been out for track all 4 years. He's a 2-year varsity letter winner. He plans to attend Iowa State University. Congratulations to Isaac. Carson Doty is the son of Jeff Doty and Cindy Doty. He's run track for 4 years. He's a 3-year varsity letter winner. He's undecided on a college and a major at this time, but he plans to run track. Congratulations to Carson. Brody Driscoll is the son of Tim and Shannon Driscoll. This is Brody's 4th year as a track participant. He's a 2-year varsity letter winner. He plans to study design at Iowa State University. Congratulations to Brody. Dalton Flannery is the son of Scott Harlan and Erica Harlan. He's been a track participant for 3 years. Dalton plans to attend Iowa State to pursue a degree in engineering. Congratulations to Dalton. Tyler Grodehouse is the son of AJ and Stephanie Grodehouse. Tyler's been out for track all 4 years. He's a 4-year varsity letter winner. He plans to attend Iowa State to pursue a degree in aerospace engineering. Congratulations to Tyler. Andrew Hubbard is the son of Aaron and Cindy Hubbard. Andrew's a 4-year track participant and a 4-year varsity letter winner. He plans to major in finance at the University of Northern Iowa. Congratulations, Andrew. Drew Johnson is the son of Jeff and Carrie Johnson. He's been out for track all 4 years. He's a 3-year varsity letter winner. Drew plans to major in sports management and play basketball at Grandview University. Congratulations to Drew. Kevin Cato is the son of Michael and Jackie Cato. Kevin is a 4-year track participant and a 4-year varsity letter winner. He plans to study pre-med at the University of Iowa. Congratulations to Kevin. Ryan Keck is the son of Dave and Gina Keck. Ryan's been out for track for 2 years and received varsity letters both years. He plans to pursue a degree in accounting at the University of Northern Iowa. Congratulations to Ryan. Carson Kurth is the son of David and Ann Kurth. This is Carson's 2nd year participating in track. He's a 2-year varsity letter winner. He plans to attend the University of Iowa to major in health and human physiology. Congratulations to Carson. Jackson Lewis is the son of Dan and Carrie Lewis. Jackson has run track all 4 years and is a 3-year varsity letter winner. He's undecided on a university, but plans to study robotics and run cross country and track. Congratulations to Jackson. Aaron Mapes is the son of Darren and Marilee Mapes. He's a 4-year track participant, a 2-year varsity letter winner. Aaron is undecided on a major and a college at this time. Congratulations to Aaron. Ryan Modlin is the son of Mike Modlin and Annette Brommel. Ryan has been out for track all 4 years, is a 4-year varsity letter winner. He plans to pursue a degree in civil engineering at Iowa State. Congratulations to Ryan. DJ Moffitt is the son of Bill Moffitt and Kathy Jones. This is DJ's 4th year of running track, and he's a 2-year varsity letter winner. He plans to run track and study business and accounting at Grandview University. Congratulations to DJ. Gus Munson-May is the son of Alan Munson-May and Jody Radigan. Gus has been out for track all 4 years. He's a 2-year varsity letter winner. He will be attending University of Northern Iowa to major in elementary education. Congratulations to Gus. Connor O'Leary is the son of Dave and Molly O'Leary. This is Connor's 3rd year as a track participant, and he's a 1-year varsity letter winner. He plans to attend Des Moines Area Community College and then transfer to Iowa State. Congratulations to Connor. Eric Richard is the son of Doug and Cynthia. Eric is a 3-year track participant. He plans to play football at Wartburg College and major in pre-med. Congratulations to Eric. Josh Rinderneck is the son of Reed and Kristen Rinderneck. He's been out for track all 4 years. He's a 2-year varsity letter winner. Josh will attend the University of Central Missouri to play football while pursuing a degree in finance or sports management. Congratulations to Josh. Chase Russell is the son of Robert and Sherry Russell. Chase has run track 4 years. He's a 1-year varsity letter winner. He plans to run track and major in psychology at Wartburg College. Congratulations to Chase. Nathan Sanders is the son of Jeff and Angie Sanders. This is Nathan's 4th year as a member of the track team. He's earned 3 varsity letters. He will be pursuing a degree in exercise science and pre-physical therapy, as well as running cross country and track at Central College. Congratulations to Nathan. Grant Snows has been out for track for 2 years. He will be attending Iowa State University and majoring in finance. Congratulations to Grant. Eric Sorensen is the son of Brad and Lori Sorensen. This is Eric's 3rd year of track, and he's a 2-year varsity letter winner. He'll be playing football at the University of Northern Iowa and study exercise science. Congratulations to Eric. Sam Thomas is the son of David and Kim Thomas. Sam is a 4-year track participant and a 1-year varsity letter winner. He plans to attend Des Moines Area Community College to study Management Information System. Congratulations to Sam. Bailey Watts is the son of Stephen Watts and Lisa Watts. This is his 4th year out for track. He's a 2-year varsity letter winner. Bailey plans to study astronomy at the University of Arizona in Tucson. Congratulations to Bailey. Jacob Wiggins is the son of Todd and Nancy Wiggins. Jacob's been out for track for 3 years. He's a 2-year varsity letter winner. He will be attending University of Central Missouri to major in business and play football. Congratulations to Jacob. Once again, congratulations and thank you to all senior athletes and all senior athletes' parents. We appreciate all you've done for Waukee High School. Would the Lewis Central coach please report to the press box, please? Lewis Central's coach. Thank you.
And here, we don't just dream of a better tomorrow, of a smarter way to do business or live, of perseverance and progress. We inspire it in others. We challenge the conventional, reimagine what it means to be better, and then dare ourselves to make it great. This is Iowa, and here, we don't just dream, we make history.
Miss your hometown clothing store? The one that had it all? Everything to get the work done, all in one place? G&L Clothing is your hometown Iowa store. Stop in and see us, or we're only a click or phone call away. Family owned for nearly a century. G&L Clothing, 1801 Ingersoll, Des Moines.
G&L Clothing, your size, your style, we've got it all.
Spring has arrived at the all-new Fireplace Superstore. Drop in and check out all the new 2017 patio furniture. At Fireplace Superstore, you will find Central Iowa's most complete outdoor furniture selection for your deck and patio, including gas and charcoal grills, fire pits, and wicker furniture. Get in on the early spring savings going on now. Fireplace Superstore has been creating your outdoor style for over 35 years. Fireplace Superstore just west of Homemakers on Douglas in Urbandale.
Want to remind everyone, when you get home tonight, go to YouTube and scan for CISM.TV and watch the replay of today's Waukee Boys Invitational. Watch it on YouTube via CISM.TV tonight. It'll be ready for you to watch by the time you get home this evening. In the first of two sections here in the varsity distance medley, Fort Dodge, Boone, Norwalk, Roosevelt, Harlan, Dallas Center, Grimes, and Albia. Roosevelt opening up with James. 200 meters on the first two legs of this medley. Fort Dodge opened up with Pattison. They're running Halligan on this leg. Norwalk with Gudenkopf. It's Norwalk and Roosevelt. Norwalk with Gudenkoff, Roosevelt with Quinn. And Boone, further Fort Dodge on the inside with Shane Halligan. In 2, it's Boone with Cornelis. They'll run Price on the 400. And Norwalk with Rosanki. These quarter milers were able to cut down to the inside when they went through the cones on the backstretch. Remember, we're anchoring with an 800 meters. This is the 400 length. And it's Norwalk with Rosanki. Bowen Bourne will anchor for Norwalk. Norwalk and Boone, Roosevelt and Harlan. Brett Price giving Boone a good carry. Norwalk will anchor with Bourne, Boone with Van Pelt. Roosevelt has Crable on their anchor leg. Clausen on the anchor leg for Harlan. And the leaders move to the backstretch. 800 meter anchor leg on this boys distance medley. Norwalk, Boone, Roosevelt, Harlan, your top 4. And it's Fort Dodge and Dallas Center Grimes. Norwalk out in front, Boone, Harlan and Roosevelt together, battling for second. And they come in here on the front stretch. Fort Dodge moving up, trying to get in that mix for the battle for second. 1 lap to go. Norwalk out in front. Norwalk. Now Roosevelt has moved into second. Norwalk and Roosevelt. Fort Dodge has moved up to third. Boone in fourth. Norwalk and Roosevelt, Fort Dodge. Norwalk with Bowen Bourne. Fort Dodge got a fine carry there from Ryan Wagner on their anchor leg. Now we go to section 2, Lewis Central in 1, Pella in 2. Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson will be in 3, Waukee 4th in 4A last year, and 4th at Drake will be in 4. Indianola 8th in 4A a year ago will be in lane 5. They'll lead off with Evoldson. He was on that quartet that finished 8th last year. Ankeny Centennial, a state qualifier last year in 6. Ankeny also qualified to 4A state meet last year is in 7. Algona, a 3A state qualifier last year, runs in lane 8. Need to hold for a second, Mr. Starter. ready for section number 2 here in the medley. Lewis Central, Pella, Council Bluffs, Thomas Jefferson, Waukee, Indianola, Centennial, Ankeny, and Algona. This is section 2. Indianola with Evilson. He was on that quartet that was finished 8th at last year's state meet. He's given them a good carry here to lead off this section. And it is Indianola. Indianola with Cade Hartung. He too was on that state medal winning team last year. Indianola. Ankeny Centennial. Indianola, Centennial. Waukee. And we go to the 400 leg, and Indianola first with the pass. JC Storm running the 400. And Indianola takes the field to the backstretch. .401 flat is the time to beat. That was our winning time out of the first section. .401 is the time these teams are shooting for. That's Indianola, followed by Waukee. Indianola is out in front with Storm. Waukee running second. Council Bluffs, Thomas Jefferson in third. Then it's Centennial and Lewis Central. Moving to the backstretch, 800-meter carry. This is Quentin Lennon. Council Bluffs, Thomas Jefferson with Daniel Carey. Indianola, Thomas Jefferson, Waukee in third. Centennial now moving into fourth. Then it's Pella and Lewis Central. Algona and Ankeny. And Indianola, your leader off the turn. Council Bluffs, Thomas Jefferson there in second with Daniel Carey. .401 flat is the time to beat. That was our winning time out of that first section. Following this section, there'll be 2 sections of the JV distance medley. JV distance medley. You should all be checked in. You'll be up next. Indianola, Council Bluffs, Thomas Jefferson. Centennial now has moved into third. Camden Cox. Their all-state cross-country runner giving them a good carry on the anchor. Waukee in fourth, followed by Pella. Indianola. Indianola Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson. Indianola will be the winner in Section 2, and they're going to be the champion as well. .340.46 for Indianola. 340.46. In the JV distance medley, in our first section, Fort Dodge will be in 2, Roosevelt in 4, Pella will be in 5, Carlisle 6, Dallas Center Grimes is 7. Lane 3 is open. 1, 3, and 8 are open in this JV distance medley. Calling for Fort Dodge in 2, Roosevelt in 4, Pella 5, Carlisle 6, Dallas Center Grimes 7. First of 2 sections, JV 1600 meter medley. Ready at the exchange zone for this JV medley? We're ready, Mr. Starter. Section 1, JV medley. In that varsity medley, the 2A champion was Indianola. They ran 340.46. Pella was the Class A champion. They ran 349.47. And the first section here, the JV medley, Dallas Center Grimes, Pella, Carlisle, Des Moines Roosevelt, and Fort Dodge. And Dallas Center Grimes with the exchange. This is the 400 meter carry on the medley. First of 2 sections here for JV. and Dallas Center Grimes leading this medley off the turn. Dallas Center Grimes here in the first section of the JV medley. Dallas Center Grimes. Carlisle, Pella, Roosevelt, Fort Dodge. And it's Carlisle and Fort Dodge here on the front stretch. Carlisle and Fort Dodge in this first JV section of the medley. And Carlisle, followed by Fort Dodge. Section 2 of the JV medley. Norwalk will be scheduled to be in 1, Centennial in 2, Ankeny in 3, Waukee in 4, Indianola in 5, Lewis Central 6, Thomas Jefferson in 7, Harlan in lane 8. 4:12.93, the winning time in that first section, 4:12.93. Norwalk in 1, Centennial 2, Ankeny 3, Waukee 4, Indianola 5, Lewis Central 6, Thomas Jefferson 7, Harlan 8. Those are the lane assignments for section number 2.
Hey, Coach. Can I leave? I'm done.
And are we ready at the first exchange? And we're ready, Mr. Starter. Section 2, time to beat, 4:12.93. And this is section number 2, 4:12.93 is the time to beat. Lewis Central in lane 6. They're running Wardlow on this second leg. Selenic led off. It is Lewis Central. Lewis Central, Indianola with Cole Scott, Waukee, Harlan, Ankeny Centennial. Indianola getting an outstanding carry from Cole Scott. They'll have Jacob Johnson on the 400. Indianola and Waukee. Waukee running Tanner Ellis on the quarter. They're in lanes till they get to the small cones on the backstretch. Indianola and Waukee, Ankeny Centennial. Indianola with Jacob Johnson, Brock Elbert scheduled to anchor. That's Waukee in second with Ellis. Indianola and Waukee. Indianola will have Elbert on the anchor. Waukee will counter with Gus Munzenmay. And Waukee to the lead. Munzenmay has the stick for Waukee. Indianola in second. And it's Centennial. They have Nate Williams on their anchor leg. Waukee leading this second section of the JV medley. 4:12.93 is the time to beat. 4:12.93. Waukee with Munzenmay. Indianola in second with Brock Elbert. Ankeny Centennial in third with Nate Williams. Lewis Central now has moved into fourth. Waukee is your leader here on the front stretch. Section 2 of the JV medley. 4:12.93 is the time to beat. And Waukee leads the field with the backstretch. Harlem now has moved into third. Indianola running second. Cyclones of Harlan in third, then it's Centennial and Lewis Central. Waukee out in front with 200 to go. Waukee and Indianola, Harlan and Ankeny Centennial, Lewis Central. And here is your leader. 4:12.93 is the time they're shooting for, and this is Waukee. And Waukee. .401.57, and they'll be the JV champion. 4:01.57 for Waukee. Indianola's second, 4:10.95. And next will be the 400. We're running 4 sections in the 400, be varsity only. 4 sections in the 400.
This is Iowa. And here, we don't just dream of a better tomorrow, of a smarter way to do business or live, of perseverance and progress. We inspire it in others. We challenge the conventional, reimagine what it means to be better, and then dare ourselves to make it great. This is Iowa, and here, we don't just dream, we make history.
Miss your hometown clothing store, the one that had it all, everything to get the work done, all in one place? G&L Clothing is your hometown Iowa store. Stop in and see us, or we're only a click or phone call away. Family owned for nearly a century, G&L Clothing. 1801 Ingersoll, Des Moines.
G&L Clothing, your size, your style, we've got it all.
Miss your hometown clothing store, the one that had it all, everything to get the work done, all in one place? G&L Clothing is your hometown Iowa store. Stop in and see us, or we're only a click or phone call away. Family owned for nearly a century, G&L Clothing.
And this first section underway. In the 2A long jump, your winner was Aaron Mapes of Waukee, 22 feet 1 inch. And in the Class A long jump, Trey Washington, Dallas Center Grimes, 23 feet 6.5 inches. And that long jump mark by Washington of Dallas Center Grimes is a Waukee Stadium record. The old record, 23-1 1/4, and the new record by Trey Washington, 23-6.5. This is Nash Weeks of Dallas Center Grimes leading Section 1. Weeks of Dallas Center Grimes, followed by Smith of Harlan.
I ran some commercials for you too. Not bad between things, just run off.
So you get in, you think, often enough to warm up?
Oh yeah. I mean, especially
And
things like this.
60.34, 1 minute point 34
It's
for
it's just
Weeks.
once
So
around
that's our
on this.
time
It's
to
like,
beat.
oh cool, then you run back. Like, oh, we'll run back right now.
Really?
In Section 2, scheduled to have Nolan McKenzie of Lewis Central in 2, Thomas Stelgis of Algona in 3, Braden Clark of Norwalk in 4, Jalen Elwell of Ankeny in 5, Nicholas Papadoukas of Ankeny in 6. Section number 2, the time they're chasing, 1 minute point 34. Elwell and Papadoukas of Ankeny, Clark of Norwalk, Bilges of Algona, McKenzie of Lewis Central. Section 2 of 4 here in the 400. 400 is varsity only. Following these 4 sections, we'll go to the 4x2. We'll have 2 varsity and 2 JV sections. And the field coming off the turn, Braden Clark of Norwalk, Bilges of Algona, Elwell of Ankeny. Braden Clark of Norwalk. And there's your new leader at 57.64. 57.64 for Clark. Scheduled to be in Section 3, Kyle Soriano of Thomas Jefferson in 1, Aiden Simonson of Fort Dodge in 2, Osmond Selvik of Algona in 3, Eric Dawson Anderson of Harlan in 4, Cole Benson of Dallas Center Grimes in 5, Colby Van Gorp of Pella in 6, Riley Crimmins of Fort Dodge in 7, Brendan Petrie of Lewis Central in lane 8. And section 3 is underway. The time to beat right now, 57:64. And the field moves down the backstretch. Eric Dawson Anderson of Harlan in lane 4. Benson of Dallas Center Grimes in 5. They're together through 200. That's Van Gorp of Pella in 6. Dawson Anderson of Harlan. Benson of Dallas Center Grimes. Van Gorp of Pella. Eric Dawson Anderson. Now it's Cole Benson of Dallas Center Grimes. Cole Benson. Osmond Selvik of Algona finishing well in 3. But it's Benson of Dallas Center Grimes in lane 5. And your new leader, 56:07. 56:07 for Benson. In the final section, scheduled to have Riley Derrickson of Carlisle in lane 1. Ty Reeves of Indianola in 2. Thomas Naughton of Indianola in 3. Ryan Modlin of Waukee in 4. Dallas Wright, All-State 400 hurdler for Carlisle, ran on the winning shuttle tonight, and he runs in 5. Carson Doty of Waukee in 6. Seth Pippin of Ankeny Centennial will be in 7. Liam Murphy of Ankeny Centennial in 8. Fourth and final section, the time to beat, 56:07. In the Class 2A 100, Max Duggan of Lewis Central, the winner, running 11:41. And the Class A 100 champion, Rancy Freeman, Dallas Center Grimes, 11:48. And the fourth and final section in the 400, 56:07 is the time to beat. Dallas Wright finished 8th in the 3A 400 hurdles last year. He leads the field down the backstretch for Carlisle. Dallas Wright of Carlisle and the field through 200. Carson Doty of Waukee in 6. Modlin of Waukee in lane 4. Dallas Wright of Carlisle, the leader. It is Wright, Modlin, and Doty. Dallas Wright of Carlisle. Dallas Wright of Carlisle. And Dallas Wright runs 51:46. He's run 51 flat this year. 51:46, so not an improvement. He's still number 5 in Class 3A with his 51 flat. Wright, 51:50. He'll be your winner in the 400. Now we go to the 4x2. We'll be running 2 sections for the varsity, 2 sections for JV. Our first section, looking for Carlisle in 1, Norwalk in 2, Boone in 3, Fort Dodge in 4, Ankeny, a 4A state qualifier last year, in 5. Algona, 7th in 3A last year in lane 6. Thomas Jefferson in 7, and Pella in lane 8. And we're ready at the exchange zone. We ask everyone very quiet for the start. We use a very long stagger for the 4x200. This will be the first of two sections. Carlisle, Norwalk, Boone, Fort Dodge, Ankeny, Algona, Thomas Jefferson, and Pella. Section number 1 here for the varsity 4x2. Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson leading off with Peak, and they'll run Rubio on the second leg. Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson, Ankeny got out of there well. They led off with Utterback. They're running Neffenegger. It's Ankeny and Pella, Thomas Jefferson and Boone. Ankeny with Neffenegger. They'll run Griffin on the third leg. And it is Ankeny and Boone. Boone running with Rayazamana. That's Ankeny out in front, running in lane 5 with Max Griffin. They'll be anchoring Drew Hill. Thomas Jefferson out there in lane 7 with Lukuski. And Ankeny passes the stick. It is Ankeny and Boone. Ankeny and Boone and Norwalk with Scott Anderson making up some ground, but it is Ankeny out of lane 5. $135.85 for Ankeny. 135.85, so that's our time to beat. We go to section 2. Scheduled to have Roosevelt in 1, Dallas Center Grimes in 2, Waukee in 3, Albia in 4, Centennial 5, Lewis Central 6, Indianola 7, Harlan 8. In the high jump competition tonight, in Class 2A, Ryan Keck of Waukee was your winner, jumping 6 feet and a quarter inch. And the A champion was Damon Clapper of Dallas Center Grimes, 5'10 and a quarter. Back to that long jump, 23.6 and a half by Trey Washington of Dallas Center Grimes. That is the new overall state leader. That'll be the state leader going into this weekend's Drake Relays. We have 3 jumpers in the state over 23 feet going into the weekend. Washington the leader, 23.6 and a half. in this second section, some of the state's best out there on the track. Leshen of Albia, then Bali of Ankeny Centennial, Blocker of Waukee, and Albia and Centennial. Van Bali had a fine opener, as did Leshen. Wilson now running for Centennial. Albia with Tyler Stringfellow. Indianola with Hartung. Albia with Stringfellow. Waukee with Eaton. Waukee now with Drew Johnson. Waukee and Albia. Kyle Sinnott running for Albia. Albia the runner-up in 2A last year. Sinnott was on that quartet. In fact, they brought back 3 members from that quartet to run here tonight. One of those is Jake Klaus, and he's on the anchor. It is Albia. Waukee with DJ Moffitt. Waukee was 9th in 4A last year. Albia the 2A runner-up. It's Albia and Waukee. Dallas Center Grimes. Waukee with Klaus. And it is Waukee. Waukee came in with a best of 1:29.26. They run 1:30.23. Waukee 1:31.47. Battling that headwind on the backstretch and still run 1:30.23 does Albia. This is the JV 4x2. Boone and 2, Carlisle 4. 3 should be open. Norwalk 5, Pella 6, Ankeny 7. We're ready, Mr. Starter. In the varsity 4x2, our 2A winner was Waukee, 131.47, and the A winner, running 130.23, was Albia. So in this JV 4x2, Albia is in 1, Boone in 2, Carlisle 4, Norwalk 5, Pella 6, Ankeny 7. Ankeny on the outside. Carlisle in lane 4, and Carlisle with Trenton Beck, and leading the field off the turn. Ankeny with Ben Schultz running second. Carlisle and Ankeny. Pella and Norwalk. Boone and Albia. And Carlisle, the leader, Josh Black running the third leg. Ankeny on the outside, they're running Jack Knoll. Carlisle, as we go to the anchor leg on this 4x2, the first of two sections here in the JV, Tommy Donovan will be their anchor leg. And Boone makes the exchange in second. They're running Nick Breon on the anchor. And Carlisle will be your leader off the turn, the first of two sections here in the JV 4x2. Carlisle, Boone, Ankeny, Albia. And it is Carlisle. 1:42.03, the time for Carlisle. That's our time to beat as we go to the second and final section. Dallas Center Grimes in 1, Indianola 2, Lewis Central in 3, Waukee in 4, Roosevelt in 5, Ankeny Centennial 6, Thomas Jefferson in 7, Fort Dodge in lane 8. Second and final section, the JV 4x2. Second section. Are we ready at the exchange zone? We're ready, Mr. Starter. We have a full field. Quiet for the start, please. As you can see, we use a very long stagger on this 4x200. .42.03, the time to beat. That was the winning time by Carlisle in section number 1. Ankeny Centennial opening up with Avery Gates in lane 6. They got out well. Roosevelt with Singleton in 5. Waukee in lane 4. Waukee and Roosevelt. Ankeny Centennial. 1:42.03 is the time to beat. Waukee and Centennial. Waukee and Centennial, Roosevelt and Thomas Jefferson. Waukee with the exchange. Jordan Perry running this leg for Waukee. Ankeny Centennial with Dawson D'Angelo. Waukee and Centennial. Thomas Jefferson and Lewis Central. And we go to the anchor leg, and Waukee is the first to make the exchange. Waukee, Centennial, Roosevelt. Owen Minshaw on the anchor here for Waukee. Roosevelt making up some ground with Gerald James. It's Waukee, Roosevelt, and Centennial. 135.98 for Waukee, and they'll be your JV champion, 135.98. Now we'll get the hurdle set up. We'll be moving to 4 sections of the varsity high hurdles. 4 sections, varsity 110 highs.
MSRP. Select new 2017 Ford F-150 crew cabs at the all-new Schottenkirk Ford of Indianola. Up to $12,000 off MSRP. Select new 17 Expedition. New 17 Ford Escapes starting at $18,995. With 11 dealerships in 3 states bidding on your trade, Schottenkirk Ford is in a position to give you more for your trade. As part of the Schottenkirk experience, now offering free pickup and delivery for Indianola service customers. The all-new Schottenkirk Ford of Indianola. SchottenkirkFord.com. Up to $11,000.
Everyone who believes in competition and good sportsmanship, who knows it's not about the trophies or the medals, but rather the lessons learned. For those who understand, it's not whether you win or lose, just that you give your best. So go ahead, lace them up, take the field, have fun, and play. For the experience, for the memories, for the love of the game. Shields.
In our first section of the highs, Isaiah Maxwell of Thomas Jefferson will be in 2. Shane Stratton of Indianola scheduled for 3. Gabe Thomas of Pella 4. Spencer Holmes of Algona 5. Zach Booton, Thomas Jefferson in 6. In the varsity 4x2 in Class 2A, Waukee the winner. This is JV rather. JV 4x2, Waukee in 2A, 135.98. Carlisle in Class A, your winner 142.03. And now to go with the cell phone, we've got some car keys up here, so you won't be able to call home for a ride because we have your phone and your car keys up here in the press box. And the first of 4 sections here in the high hurdle. In the hurdles, we are running varsity only. And that's Spencer Holmes of Algona out there with Shane Stratton of Indianola. Spencer Holmes of Algona in the first section. 17:88 that time for Holmes, 17:88. Now we go to section 2. Anthony Wagner of Fort Dodge in 1. Asher Hutchinson of Waukee is in 2. Jordan Boom of Pella scheduled for 3. Drew Seelman of Lewis Central 4. Trey Kasperbauer, Fort Dodge 5. Austin Chase of Algona 6. Nolan Brunson of Carlisle scheduled for 7. And Matt Schuchard of Norwalk, lane 8. Section 2, winning time out of the first section, 17:88. And section number 2 here in the high, 17:88, the winning time out of the first section. And out there early is Seelman of Lewis Central. Drew Seelman of Lewis Central. Nolan Brunson of Carlisle. Brunson of Carlisle in lane 7. 16:09 the time for Brunson, 16:09 for the new leader. 16:96 for Chase of Algona. Section 3. Chase Madison of Des Moines Roosevelt in 1. Damon Clapper of Dallas Center Grimes in 2. Tyler Williams of Waukee in 3. Tyler Piper of Indianola in 4. Mike Davis of Ankeny 7. Jake Pinniger of Ankeny Centennial, lane 8. And here's our field in section 3. Pinniger on the outside has run 14:68 this year, good for number 5 in 4A. Pinniger of Centennial. And Clapper of Dallas Center Grimes finished well in lane 2. It was Pinniger 15:47. 15:47 for Jake Pinniger. And that's our time to beat now as we go to the 4th and final section. In lane 1 from Dallas Center Grimes, Jacob Prohaska. In lane 2 from Carlisle, Andrew Black. In lane 3, it's Roosevelt's Noah Grimes. In lane 4, the reigning Class 3A high hurdle champion from Boone, Lance Reed. In lane 5 from Ankeny Centennial, Riley Moss. In lane 6, a 3A qualifier from a year ago, Boone's Devin Baldus. In lane 7, a 4A qualifier last year for Lewis Central, Alec Moss. And in lane 8, running for Norwalk, Jaron Onken. Final section of the high hurdles. Time to beat, 15:47. In the Class 2A shot put, Jacob Wiggins of Waukee was your winner, 54.7.5. Your Class A shot put champion, Ryan Kennedy of Norwalk, 54.6. In the discus, Class 2A winner was Logan Jones of Lewis Central. He threw 154.4. And the Class A champion, Tyson Wazanar of Pella, 163 feet even. .1547 is the time to beat. Lance Reed of Boone got out well. He's run 14.55 this year. Lance Reed of Boone. Grimes of Roosevelt. Lance Reed of Boone out of lane 4. .1429 for Lance Reed, and that ties the Waukee Boys Invitational record. Lance Reed, 14.29. He is your new 3A leader with that time of 14.29. So he moves up to the lead in 3A, and he is number 2 overall in the state at 14.29, Lance Reed. Lance Reed will lead as the 3A leader, number 2 overall in the state, and equals the stadium and the Waukee Boys Invitational record at 14.29. Lance Reed of Boone. And the boys 800 will be next, and we will run 2 sections in the 800 varsity.
Referral and word of mouth. That's the main ways we receive our customers now, and after being here 10 years, that has just exploded for us. And that's a big area of our business because people like the way they were treated. The customer experience we can provide is second to none, and we're committed to it. And I'm here to make sure that gets done.
Schottenkirk Chevy on the west end of Hickman, Waukee. WaukeeChevy.com.
And the first of two sections here in the varsity 800, 13 athletes in the field here in section 1. In the high hurdles, Noah Grimes of Roosevelt was the 2A winner, running 14.86. And your Class A champion, the new meet record, new Waukee Stadium record, and the 3A leader at 14.29, Lance Reed of Boone. Thomas Fall of Harlan is the leader in this first of two sections. And a good race up front will be coming to the first 400. Connor Farrell of Ankeny will be our leader at 62.5 through 400. Connor Farrell of Ankeny opening up a lead as they move to the backstretch. Paul of Harlan running second. Orloff of Algona. Colin Yee of Algona. Then Lyons of Centennial. So that's Thomas Paul of Harlan there in second behind our leader, Connor Farrell of Ankeny. 200 to go for the leader. Farrell of Ankeny, Ortloff of Algona, Zach Ortloff of Algona, and Farrell of Ankeny. Connor Farrell of Ankeny. .213.33. 213.33, the winning time for Farrell. In section 2, calling for Tim Sin of Ankeny, Tyler Casati of Boone, Aaron Davis of Ankeny Centennial, Jared Brevard of Dallas Center Grimes, Quentin Lennon of Indianola, Michael Clemens of Harlan, Daniel Carey of Thomas Jefferson, Colby Fritz of Carlisle, Josh Andrews of Waukee. He was 8th in the 4A 800 last year's state meet. He also ran on the winning 4x8 a year ago. Adam House of Pella, Carson Doty of Waukee, Thomas Golly of Pella, Harry Dudley of Indianola, Trent Makers of Dallas Center Grimes, tonight's 3,200 meter champion, J.J. Orphan of Carlisle.
Move quick. Quick, quick, quick.
.213.33 was the winning time in our first section. And this field now moving to the backstretch. J.J. Orpett, our leader through the 200. He won the 3,200 earlier tonight. Tim Sint, Top 10 finisher in the state cross-country meet for Ankeny, also up there near the front. Andrews of Waukee, Doty of Waukee. Andrews with 8th in 4A last year. Josh Andrews of Waukee to the lead. He was 8th in 4A. Quentin Lennon of Indianola running 2nd through the 400. He was 7th in 3A. Andrews and Lennon both won medals at last year's state meet. They're running 1 and 2. Daniel Carey, Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson in 3rd with 200 to go. And Andrews will lead the field off this final turn. Josh Andrews of Waukee. He ran on their state champion 4x8 team a year ago, finished 8th in the open 8, and is leading the field here in section 2. 2:13.33 is the time to beat. Josh Andrews of Waukee. 1:58.50 for Andrews. 1:58.50. And Josh Andrews runs 1:58.50. In that open 8, he'll be your winner. Now we move to the 200. Our 200-meter dash runner should be making their way to the backstretch. We're running 4 sections, varsity only, in the 200. We'll follow that with 4 sections, varsity only, in the 400 hurdles. So all of our 200-meter dash performers, all of our 400 low hurdlers, you should all be checked in. 1,600-meter runners, make sure you're getting checked in as well. In our first section of the 200, scheduled for a full field of 8. Kyle Johnson of Ankeny 1, Ozzie Pattison of Fort Dodge in 2, Cade Crawl of Albia 3, Colby Van Gorp of Pella 4, Gary Quinn of Roosevelt 5, Joe Pelorde of Jefferson in 6, Juan Galvan of Jefferson in 7, Wade Myers of Albia scheduled for lane 8. Kyle Johnson of Ankeny on the inside. Johnson of Ankeny. And Johnson's time, 24:93. 24:93 for Kyle Johnson. Scheduled for Section 2. Wowan of Norwalk in 1, Michaela before Dodge in 2, Bartley of Harlan in 3, Burchett of Harlan 4, Robinson of Pella 5, Charleston, Dallas Center Grimes in 6, Heimerman of Boone in 7, Cornelius of Boone in 8. Section 2. And Section 2, our fastest time so far, 24:93. Jacob Bartley of Harlan and his teammate Andy Burchett, and Burchett is your leader off the turn. Burchett of Harlan, Charleston of Dallas Center Grimes, Andy Burchett of Harlan. And Burchett's time, 24:35. There's your new leader, 24:35 in the 800. Josh Andrews of Waukee was your 2A winner, running 1:58.50. And the A winner, Thomas Colley of Pella, he ran 2:10.69. Section 3, calling for Grant Garner of Norwalk in 1, Sam Snyder of Centennial 2, Max Goodhue of Carlisle in 3, Tanner Eppel of Dallas Center Grimes 4, Ethan Wright of Carlisle 5, Jensen Gates of Centennial in 6, John Kapoor of Algona 7, Gavin Smith of Ankeny scheduled for 8. Section 3, 24:35 is the time to beat so far. And here's Section 3, 24:35, our fastest time so far. Sam Snyder of Centennial, Goodhue of Carlisle, Max Goodhue of Carlisle to the lead. Centennial running second and third, close to the finish, but Goodhue of Carlisle, 23:49 for the new lead, 23:49, Max Goodhue of Carlisle. Fourth and final section. And we're calling for Jacob Johnson of Indianola in 1, DJ Moffat of Waukee in 2, Samonte Bodden of Algona 3, Dan Blocker, 5th and 4A at last year's state meet for Waukee, scheduled to be in 4, Ken McMahon of Lewis Central 5, Nate Longer of Indianola 6, Max Duggan of Lewis Central 7, Nick Bundy of Des Moines Roosevelt Laney. Fourth and final section, 23:49 is the time to beat. 400 hurdles will be next. And Blocker out well in lane 4. He was 5th in Class 4A last year, and Dan Blocker, your leader off the turn. Blocker and McMahon of Lewis Central. Blocker, McMahon. Blocker in lane 4. And Blocker runs 22.72. 22.72 for Dan Blocker for the win in the 200. And the 400 hurdles are up next. We're running in 4 sections. All of our 1600 meter runners should be checked in. Let's get all the relays checked in as well. 4x1s and 4x4s. If you're not checked in, let's get that taken care of.
MSRP. Select new 2017 Ford F-150 crew cabs at the all-new Schottenkirk Ford of Indianola. Up to $12,000 off MSRP. Select new 17 Expedition. New 17 Ford Escapes starting at $18,995. With 11 dealerships in 3 states bidding on your trade, Schottenkirk Ford is in a position to give you more for your trade. As part of the Schottenkirk experience, now offering free pickup and delivery for Indianola service customers. The all-new Schottenkirk Ford of Indianola. SchottenkirkFord.com.
This is Iowa. And here, we don't just dream of a better tomorrow, of a smarter way to do business or live, of perseverance and progress. We inspire it in others. We challenge the conventional, reimagine what it means to be better, and then dare ourselves to make it great. This is Iowa. And here, we don't just dream, we make history. This is
And the first of 4 sections here in the 400 hurdles. Trenton Beck of Carlisle is your leader on the backstretch. Beck of Carlisle, Bright and Sell of Lewis Central, Schuchard of Norwalk, Baker of Pella, Berry of Albion. Trenton Beck of Carlisle. Beck, Bright, and Sell. Trenton Beck of Carlisle. Now Josh Sell of Lewis Central. Sell of Lewis Central, the leader over the final hurdle. Out of lane 5, Josh Sell of Lewis Central. 103.13, 103.13 comes the time to beat, moving to section 2. In the 2A 200, Dan Blocker of Waukee was your winner, running 22.72. Max Goodhue of Carlisle, the Class A winner, running 23.49. In Section 2, scheduled to have Pete Sarver of Albia in 1, Anthony Wagner of Fort Dodge in 2, Zach Booten of Thomas Jefferson in 3, Mike Davis of Ankeny in 4, Blake Kennedy of Indianola 5, Trey Kasperbauer of Fort Dodge in 6, Jaron Onken of Norwalk 7, Brandon Trevino Harlan, lane 8. Lane 4, you're in the wrong section, my friend. You're in the next one. Section 2, 103.13 is our fastest time so far. And this second section moving down the backstretch. Trevino of Harlan in lane 8. Trevino of Harlan, Kennedy of Indianola. Zach Booten of Council Bluffs, Thomas Jefferson running well in lane 3. And Booten is our leader at 200. Zach Booten of Council Bluffs, Thomas Jefferson. Brandon Trevino of Harlan. Zach Booten, Council Bluffs, Thomas Jefferson. Brandon Trevino of Harlan. Anthony Wagner of Fort Dodge. Sarver of Albia on the inside. Booten and Sarver. Pete Sarver of Albia in lane 1. In Section 2. 62-61, 102-61 for Sarver. And there's your new leader, 102-61. Section 3, we're calling for Jeff Spauer of Dallas Center Grimes in 1, Brett Price of Boone in 2, Courtney Neffenegger of Ankeny in lane 3, Garrett Skalnick of Dallas Center Grimes, a 3A state qualifier last year, will be in 4. Alec Duran of Ankeny Centennial 5. John Owens of Harlan 6. Nolan Brunson of Carlisle 7. Jordan Booma of Pella scheduled for lane 8. Section 3, 102.61, our fastest time so far. Skalnick of Dallas Center Grimes out well in lane 4. He qualified to last year's state meet. He's leading the field here in Section 3. Skalnick of Dallas Center Grimes. Brunson of Carlisle. Owens of Harlan. Neffenegger of Ankeny, but Skalnick. Garrett Skalnick of Dallas Center Grimes. is your leader in lane 4, 102.61, our fastest time so far. Skalnick leading the third section. Garrett Skalnick of Dallas Center Grimes. John Owens of Harlan. And Skalnick 58-20 for Skalnick, 58-20, and he's your new leader, 58-20. Now we go to the final section. Scheduled to have Tyler Piper of Indianola in 1, Adam Mudge of Ankeny Centennial in 2, Tyler Grothaus of Waukee in 3, Devin Baldus of Boone in 4, Jaron Sampson of the Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson in 5, Ian O'Brien of Des Moines Roosevelt in 6, Nolan Rothler of Waukee 7, Austin Chase of Algona in 8. Four 2016 state qualifiers in this final section. Time to beat 58-20 by Garrett Skalnick of Dallas Center Grimes. $58.20 the time to beat. Austin Chase of Algona looking well on the outside. Devin Baldus of Boone in lane 4. Austin Chase and Baldus. Devin Baldus of Boone, Mudge of Ankeny Centennial, Grothaus of Waukee. Off the turn, Adam Mudge of Ankeny Centennial. Ian O'Brien of Roosevelt. Ian O'Brien and Mudge. Sampson closed well for Thomas Jefferson. 56.07. And there's your winner in the 400 hurdles, 56.07. Ian O'Brien of Des Moines Roosevelt. And as we get the hurdles off the track, we'll get ready to run the 1600. 2 sections for varsity. 2 sections, varsity 1600 meter run. And we'll follow this up with a 4x1 and the 4x4s.
Ron here, head coach of Westside Auto Pros. When your car's on the injured reserve, you want to get it back in the game as soon as possible. I know that. That's why you need to bring it here to Westside Auto Pros. I have a team of experts that can fix almost every automotive injury. Whether it's a fractured joint, a brake, or if your car just got its bell rung, no problem. We can even do a complete physical on your car to make sure it's game ready for the entire season. So bring your car to Westside Auto Pros and we'll get it back in the starting lineup in no time. Hey, you guys are dogging it back here. Let's move it, move it, move it.
And this first section is scheduled for 12 athletes. First of two sections in the 1600, 12 athletes in the field. And this 1600-meter field moving down the backstretch, the first of two sections. In the 400 hurdles, Ian O'Brien of Roosevelt, the 2A champion, 56.07. Devin Baldus of Boone, the A champion, 56.42. And in this first section, Seth Harper of Norwalk, the leader through the first 400. Anthony Humple of Thomas Jefferson is running second. In third, Trevor Van Pelt of Boone. And in fourth right now, Regan Hansen of Harlan. First of two sections in the varsity 1600. Running varsity only in this event. Anthony Humple now moves to the lead. Anthony Humple of Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson. And Humple the leader through 800. It is Humple and Harper of Norwalk, Van Pelt of Boone, the top three as they move to the backstretch. This is the first of two sections in the 1600. Anthony Humple, Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson, Harper of Norwalk, and Humple, Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson leading the field here in this first of two sections. 4x1s and 4x4s, you should all be checked in. Anthony Humple, Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson. Seth Harper of Norwalk. And on the bell lap, your leaders on the backstretch, Anthony Humple, Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson. Humpel, Logue of Carlisle. Humpel the leader now as he's coming by the scoreboard. Anthony Humpel, Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson. Logue of Carlisle, Felger of Carlisle. Anthony Humpel, Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson in that first section of the 1600. 4:56.84 for the win, 4:56.84. And now we'll be going to section number 2. Watch the track, please. Still have 1,600 meter competitors on the track. And now we go to section 2, scheduled for 15 athletes in the field. Section number 2, 4:56.84 the time to beat. We have Blaze Whitegardner of Pella, Jaden Osherak of Ankeny Centennial, Seth Nestrala of Indianola, Eric Baldus of Indianola, Cesar Salazar of Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson, Jackson Lewis of Waukee, Ryan Wagner of Fort Dodge, Trey Ingen of Algona, Isaac Dixon of Waukee, Dakota Belling of Dallas Center Grimes, Jacob Waymeyer, Dallas Center Grimes, and Jason Halverson of Fort Dodge. Estrella moving up through the pack. He was the 2A 3200 champion earlier tonight. Blaze Weingartner of Pella is leading the field here in this opening 400. Section 2 of the 1600, 4:56.84 is the time to beat. And Weingartner the leader, followed by Jackson Lewis of Waukee, Salazar of Thomas Jefferson, and Waymeyer of Dallas Center Grimes. Now Dixon of Waukee is moving up through the field. Weingartner of Pella, Jackson Lewis of Waukee, Isaac Dixon of Waukee. There's your top 3. Waymeyer is running 4th. Nestrala, the 2A 3200 champion tonight from Indianola, is in that 5th spot. Weingartner has been our leader from the gun. 4:56.84 is the time to beat. 4:56.84. Weingartner, Lewis and Dixon, Nostrala and Waymeyer. And they go through the 800 in 2:17. Blaze Weingartner of Pella takes the field to the backstretch. Nostrala now into third. Weingartner, Lewis. Now moving up to the front is Isaac Dixon of Waukee. Dixon has run 4:31 this year. Dixon and Lewis of Waukee lead the field. Nostrala in third. Our longtime leader, Weingartner of Pella, running fourth. And it's Waymeyer of Dallas Center Grind. Jackson Lewis, Isaac Dixon, and we're coming to the bell lap. Waukee 1 and 2, Nostrala of Indianola running third. Lewis of Waukee, Dixon of Waukee, Nostrala of Indianola, Weingartner of Pella, and it's Waymeyer of Dallas Center Grimes. Jackson Lewis of Waukee. He was 12th from the 4A state cross country meet. He comes in number 7 in the state. He's run 4:26 and change this year. Jackson Lewis. Nostrala now has moved into second. Jackson Lewis. Lewis, Nostrala, and Dixon. Jackson Lewis. Now we go to the varsity 4x1, first of 2 sections. Scheduled to have Carlisle in 1, Ankeny in 2, Fort Dodge in 3, Norwalk in 4, Boone in 5, Algona 6, Harlan 7, Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson in 8. Carlisle on the inside. They were a 3-8 qualifier last year. Boone's in lane 5, and they're leading off with the hurdle champion Reed. They were the 3-8 champions last year. Boone running well in lane 5 now with Eimerman. Boone and Harlan. Harlan running McLaughlin. Kapoor running for Algona. For Dodge in lane 3, running Bell on this leg. That is Boone out in front with Clay Cornelius. They'll anchor Andrew Mason. And it is Boone off the turn. Boone and Norwalk. Norwalk with Mosley. And Boone. Algona and Norwalk finished well, but it was Boone in 45.06. 45.06, the winner out of that first section. Now to section 2. Lewis Central will be in 1, Roosevelt in 2, Dallas Center Grimes in 3, 4 is open, Waukee in 5, Albia 6, Indianola 7, Pella in 8. 45:06, the winning time in that first section. This is section number 2, 45:06 is the time to beat. Waukee moving well. Dallas Center Grimes with Freeman on this second leg. Dallas Center Grimes with Freeman. They'll run Nathan Brown the third leg, and they'll be anchoring tonight's long jump champion, Trey Washington. Dallas Center Grimes in lane 3, 45:06 the time to beat. Washington has the stick. On the inside, it's Lewis Central with McMahon. It is Dallas Center Grimes, Lewis Central, and Waukee. $43.86 for the win. Dallas Center Grimes, $43.86. Now we go to the JV 4x1. We're running 2 sections. In the first section, lane 1 is Des Moines Roosevelt, Fort Dodge in 2, Norwalk in 3, Pella in 4, Albia 5, Ankeny 6, Boone scheduled for 7. Section 1, JV 4x1. Roosevelt in 1, Fort Dodge 2, Norwalk 3, Pella 4, Albia 5, Ankeny 6, and Boone in 7. And this is the first of 2 sections in the JV 4x1. In the 1600, Jackson Lewis of Waukee was the 2A champion, 433.85. Jacob Waymeyer, Dallas Center Grimes, the A winner, 443.43. And that's Ankeny moving well on the outside. Des Moines Roosevelt in lane 1. Ankeny in 6, Roosevelt in 1. Ankeny first at the exchange, followed by Roosevelt. Boone in 7. Roosevelt on the inside. James running on the anchor leg for Roosevelt. Roosevelt, Ankeny, and Boone. And 47:35 for Roosevelt, 47:35. So that's our time to beat going to the second section for JV. In the varsity 4x1, your 2A winner was Lewis Central. They ran 45:12. Dallas Center Grimes, the A winner, at 43:86. Algona in 1, Dallas Center Grimes in 2, Indianola 3, Centennial in 4, Waukee 5, Lewis Central 6, Carlisle 7, Thomas Jefferson in 8. 47:35 is the time to beat as we go to section 2 here in this JV 4x1. Ankeny Centennial opened up with Gates, running Loyola on this leg, and they are running well in lane 4. Lewis Central in 6. Ankeny Centennial, Lewis Central. Centennial and Lewis Central. We come to the anchor leg in this second section. Centennial and Lewis Central. Lewis Central with Stogdill. Centennial with Valentine. Lewis Central and Centennial. Section 2. And Lewis Central win that section, and they are going to be your JV champion at 46-18. Now we'll move to 2 sections in the JV 4x4, followed by 2 sections of the varsity 4x4. And coaches, we'll have your packets ready just a few minutes after those varsity 4x4s. We appreciate everyone being here tonight. Not ideal track weather, but we had a great crowd tonight and some outstanding performances. We appreciate all of you being here and hope you're following these student athletes that move on to the Drake Relays next weekend, state qualifying meets, and the state track and field championship. In this varsity, or rather JV 4x4, in the first of 2 sections, Norwalk in 2, Roosevelt in 4, Pella 5, Dallas Center Grimes in 6, Fort Dodge in 7. In the JV 4x1 at 2A, Lewis Central the winner, 46-18. In Class A, Algona the winner, 48-06. Norwalk in 2, Roosevelt in 4, Pella 5, Dallas Center Grimes 6, Fort Dodge 7. And the first of 2 sections in the JV 4x4 underway. Norwalk in 2, that's Roosevelt getting out well with Chance Manier in lane 4. Pella 5, Dallas Center Grimes in 6, Fort Dodge in 7. Des Moines, Roosevelt and Pella. Roosevelt and Pella. Fort Dodge, Dallas Center Grimes, Norwalk. And Des Moines Roosevelt. Roosevelt with Alec O'Brien. Roosevelt, your leader, as they move to the backstretch, and his second leg cuts down to the inside. Roosevelt and Pella. Pella running Robinson on the second leg. Roosevelt, Pella, Dallas Center Grimes, Fort Dodge, and Norwalk. Des Moines, Roosevelt, and Pella. Now Pella to the lead. They'll be running Chapman on the third leg. It is Pella and Roosevelt. Roosevelt will counter with Crawford. That's Pella and Roosevelt. Running 1-2 on the backstretch. Dallas Center Grimes, Fort Dodge, and Norwalk. Pella the leader here on the third leg. Pella with Dalton Chapman. They'll be anchoring David Schouten. Pella and Roosevelt. Roosevelt will be anchoring Marco Aranda. We get down to these final few races, we would appreciate if you would police your area a little bit, pick up any trash, yours or your neighbors, and get that into a garbage can before it gets blown into the next county overnight. So if you would please police your area a little bit before you leave the Waukee Stadium. And that's Pella with the lead as they move to the backstretch. Pella and Des Moines Roosevelt. Dallas Center Grimes in third with Brian Miner, followed by Fort Dodge and Norwalk. This is the anchor leg in the first of two sections in the JV 4x4. Pella leading the field here in this first of two sections. It is Pella and Des Moines Roosevelt. They'll finish 1-2, followed by Dallas Center Grimes. And Fort Dodge and Norwalk. Winning time for Pella, 3:51.73. 3:51.73, that's our time to beat if we go to section 2. And we are scheduled to have Ankeny in 1, Carlisle in 2, Harlan in 3, Waukee in 4, Lewis Central 5, Thomas Jefferson in 6, Indianola in 7, and Ankeny Centennial in 8. Ankeny 1, Carlisle 2, Harlan 3, Lewis Central 5, Jefferson 6, Indianola 7, Centennial 8, lane 4 is open.
That's my strategy. Yeah, just pick yourself up to agree. Exactly. There's too many guys in there. Like that.
And the second section, 351.73, won the first section. Council Bluffs, Thomas Jefferson, lane 6 with Soriano. Centennial on the outside with Gustafson. Thomas Jefferson in 6. Lewis Central with Mortensen in lane 5. First section went to 351.73. Centennial, Thomas Jefferson, Lewis Central. Ankeny Centennial with Gustafson on the lead leg. They'll run Bruder on the second leg. Centennial with the exchange. Centennial, Lewis Central, Harlan. Ankeny Centennial, Harlan, and Lewis Central racing to the rail. It's Lewis Central. Harlan, now Harlan to the lead at the 200-meter mark. Lewis Central into second. Ankeny Centennial in third. And the Cyclones leading the field here on the second leg. 351.73 won the first section of the JV 4x4. Harlan, Lewis Central, Ankeny Centennial, Indianola, Thomas Jefferson, Centennial battling back, and they'll make the exchange in second. And Harlan is out of there first. Harlan, Centennial, Lewis Central, Indianola, Thomas Jefferson, Carlisle, and Ankeny. And Ankeny Centennial, first at the exchange here on the anchor leg. Indianola to the lead here in this JV 4x4. Indianola, followed by Centennial and Lewis Central. Indianola and Ankeny Centennial. Johnson and Robinson. Lewis Central in third. Indianola hanging on there with Jacob Johnson on the anchor leg. Indianola, 3:48.86. 348.86, and they'll be the JV champion. Indianola, 348.86. And we're down to our final two races of this 2017 Waukee Invitational. Once again, we thank all of our volunteers, our officials, the Waukee administration, and all of you fans for being here tonight. An outstanding track and field competition. And remember, by the time you get home, this meet will be downloaded and ready for you to watch on YouTube. Go to YouTube and search CISN.TV and watch the replay of today's Boys Invitational on CISN TV on YouTube. Now we go to the varsity 4x4, the first section. Algona in 1, Boone in 2, Dallas Center Grimes in 3, Ankeny 4, Harlan 5, Pella 6, Fort Dodge 7, Norwalk 8. And this field moving down the back stretch. Algona, Dallas Center Grimes, and Ankeny, Harlan and Pella, Fort Dodge, and Norwalk. The first of two sections here for the varsity. In the JV 4x4, Indianola ran 348.86 to win 2A. And your A JV champion was Pella, 351.73. Fort Dodge and Ankeny. Fort Dodge and Ankeny. Pella right there in the mix. Ankeny first at the exchange. Ankeny in 4 with Eli Blay. He'll cut down to the inside. That's Norwalk coming from lane 8, Dallas Center Grimes in 3. Ankeny is out in front. 4 teams battling for second. Dallas Center Grimes leading that process as they come off the turn. Ankeny, Dallas Center Grimes, and Pella, Harlan, and Norwalk. And it will be Ankeny at the exchange. Ankeny, now Dallas Center Grimes has moved into second. Ankeny leading the field on the backstretch with Dallas Center Grimes and Pella. Pella running Bernhagen, the All-State 3200 runner for the Dutch. Ankeny, Dallas Center Grimes and Pella. Harlan. And Ankeny will be your leader off the turn, and we'll be going to the anchor leg. Ankeny out in front. Max Griffin is set to anchor. Dallas Center Grimes, Harlan. Harlan with John Owens on their anchor leg. They were a 3A finalist last year. Ankeny was a 4A state qualifier. Griffin was on that quartet. Dallas Center Grimes with Meggers. Ankeny, Dallas Center Grimes. Pella in third, Harlan running fourth. First of two sections here in the varsity 4x4. Ankeny out in front, and a good battle on the front stretch rather. Dallas Center Grimes and Pella, and it is Ankeny. 3:33:23 for Ankeny. 3:33:23. We go to the second section, 3:33:23, the time to beat. Ankeny Centennial scheduled for 1, Thomas Jefferson 2, Lewis Central 3, Waukee in 4, Albia 5, Indianola 6, Carlisle 7, Roosevelt in lane 8. In this 4x4 final section, Lewis Central was third in 4A last year. They've run 3:21:51 so far, good for number 2. Waukee has run 3:20:84. They're the state leader. Albia, the reigning 2A champion. They set the 2A state meet record last year at 3:18:09. They've run 3:24:22 this year. Indianola was 8th in 4A last year. Carlisle was a 3A qualifier. Roosevelt rounds out the field in lane 8.
One more time.
And this section number 2 is underway. 3:33:23 is the time to beat. Roosevelt on the outside, opening up with O'Brien. Carlisle set to open up with Taylor. Indianola with Piper. Tony Leshin on the lead leg for Albia. Waukee with Renderneck. Lewis Central with Childers. Jefferson with Sampson and Wilson on the lead leg for Centennial. That's Roosevelt in lane 8 with Ian O'Brien, and Leshin and Albia on the move in lane 5. Albia, the reigning 2A champions. Albia with the exchange. Drew Winkie running the second leg. That's Roosevelt on the outside with Noah Grimes. Bailey Watts running for Waukee. Daniel Carey on this leg for Council Bluffs Thomas Jefferson. Centennial with Hoy. That is Albia out in front. Albia and Centennial. and Ankeny Centennial. Brendan Hoy on this leg. Albia running second. Thomas Jefferson in third with carry. Centennial with the exchange. Centennial. And Albia is on the move with Kyle Sinnott. Albia on the backstretch. Centennial. Roosevelt. Roosevelt with Nick Bach. Then it's Thomas Jefferson and Lewis Central. Albia out in front. It is Albia. Jake Klaus is set to anchor for Albia. Ankeny Centennial with Gerald Sama. Roosevelt in third with Houston. That's Albia out in front with Klaus, who ran on that 2A winning team a year ago. Centennial. Albia, Centennial, and Roosevelt. Davion Houston and Roosevelt are on the move. Albia, Roosevelt, Centennial. Thomas Jefferson and Carlisle, and Albia and Roosevelt off the turn. Albia and Roosevelt. Klaus and Houston. Albia, Roosevelt, Ankeny Centennial. And it was Albia in that final section, our final race of the night, 325.85 for Albia, 325.85. Once again, we thank you all for being here. We'll have final results momentarily. We'll have packets for the coaches in just a couple of minutes. If you would, please pick up any trash around you, especially from your camp area on the infield. If you could help us with that, we would sure appreciate it. Thank you very much for your support of track and field. Results coming up here momentarily. As we get the results ready, we'd like to offer a special congratulations to Des Moines Roosevelt assistant coach Sarah Schwendinger. Ran the Boston Marathon on Monday and back to coach high school track and field on Thursday. Congratulations, Sarah. And in that varsity 4x4, your 2A champion was Roosevelt. They ran 327.09. And your Class A champion, Albia, 325.85.
Who knows it's not about the trophies or the medals, but rather the lessons learned. For those who understand, it's not whether you win or lose, just that you give your best. So go ahead, lace them up, take the field, have fun, and play. For the experience, for the memories, for the love of the game. Shields.
Repeat and referral and word of mouth. That's the main ways we receive our customers now, and after being here 10 years, that has just exploded for us. And that's a big area of our business because people like the way they were treated. The customer experience we can provide is second to none, and we're committed to it. And I'm here to make sure that gets done.
Schottenkirk Chevy on the west end of Hickman, Waukee. WaukeeChevy.com.
Repeat and refer.
Welcome to Central Iowa Sports Network's live coverage of the Waukee Boys Track and Field Invitational from Waukee Stadium in Waukee. Live coverage of this meet is brought to you by Shields and Schottenkirk Chevrolet. Now let's get you trackside with Michael J. on CISN.TV.